Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we also today in Gwinnett County, to the bench. First and foremost, let's do a sound check real quick. Sound check real quick. Sound check. Sound check. All right. Put one in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear us. Put one in the chat. Thank you, Kenda Big. Thank you. The sound should be okay now. Sound should be okay now. As soon as we go live in the courtroom, you guys will be able to hear sound from inside the courtroom. I will be outside the courthouse at lunch. Okay, here we go, guys. Stand by.
Okay, juror number 41, you are to report to the courtroom every day and to stay here until you're released. I want to first speak with the press. Let me explain the rules. I should have put these on the rules, should have put these on the record yesterday. Apparently, this case is being live streamed. It was yesterday, and here are the rules. When I go off the record, my court reporter puts her mask down and stops talking. Filming stops. Nothing can be filmed unless we are on the record. You are not to film any of the jurors' faces. And in order to assist you, we have arranged to have jurors brought in from this back door. We're going to voir dire them individually, one at a time, and to leave from this back door so they won't be crossing the camera, so you won't have to go up or down. Also, when I have bench conferences and I bring the attorneys up, I believe you've been zooming in on my face, and those bench conferences are private, or I would be having them on the record. So I'm ordering you not to zoom in on my face so that what I say to the attorneys is not broadcast to the public. Okay? I'm not going to tolerate any more violations. We had problems yesterday, and I'm hoping that we're starting today fresh and we're not going to have problems. Okay? Anything from the state before we begin? Okay. We need Mr. Bryant. Sorry.
It's a Tuesday.
Good morning. Mr. Bryant, immediately before you came out, I instructed the jury and to the rules of the filming. Do you want me to go over all three of those rules with your client?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We can just let him know.
Okay. All right. Is the bench ready?
Yes.
Okay, we have 18 jurors in the back. And I believe
Juror number 43.
43, correct.
He's here.
Okay. Yeah, if you'll bring juror 43 in, is the microphone over there? Thank you, Patty.
And you know that Hyatt turned it up for us.
I didn't, it doesn't. Go ahead and, thank you very much, though. I appreciate you getting him in here. Good morning, juror 43. If you would just sit right there, anywhere, third or fourth chair, and if you'll, there's a microphone. We just need to take down everything you say, and so if you'll hold it near your mouth so that my court reporter can take down what you say. Thank you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. I wrote down that English is your second language. Is that right?
Yes,
All right. What's your first language?
French.
French. Okay. And do you have any trouble yesterday understanding anything that we said here in the courtroom?
No.
All right. Do you feel comfortable if you're selected to be a juror? Everything that goes on in the courtroom will be in English. Do you have any concerns that you won't be able to understand what is being said here in the courtroom?
I don't think so.
You are we've got the questionnaires that you filled out for jury service, and it indicates that you work for AWS. What is that?
It's a division of Amazon.
Okay. Amazon Web Services?
That is correct.
Fantastic. And what do you do for them?
I'm an account manager.
Very good. And how long have you been in that business?
I've worked with them for close to 3 years, 2 years and 10 months.
Before you were in that business, what kind of work did you do?
I work with computers.
Computers, okay. In IT area?
Yes,
Okay. All right. Now, where are you originally from?
Cameroon.
Okay, very good. And how long have you been here in the United States?
Um,
And you can just estimate it.
yes, 28 years.
Very good. I asked a question, and maybe your line of business will explain this. I asked a question about anybody being familiar with the science or the technology behind cellular tower mapping. Did you raise your card for that?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay. Could you tell me what it is you know about that?
What I see on TV, sometimes they'll have somebody. They can track somebody with their cell phone, and they can see where the location where they are, and they usually talk about tower triangulation and things like that. But that's my extent.
Okay, very good. There's also a question I asked about the science behind identifying remains through dental records, and you raised your card for that. What is your level of knowledge about that?
Again, I watch a lot of the TV shows where they say they look at dental records to identify the person, and so that's again the extent of it, what I see on TV.
Yes, sir. The television shows that you watch on TV about identifying remains, things like what kind of shows are those?
Law and Order, CSI, FBI, those crime dramas, those type of things. Yes.
Do you watch any kind of true crime documentary things that are published?
I've watched them, but I wouldn't say that I watch them always, but I've watched them in the past, yes.
Have you had a family member or a friend of yours that's been arrested before?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that?
The most recent instance was a cousin that was arrested for. They accused him of attempting to rape somebody.
And was that here or somewhere else?
He was here.
Here, okay. What What ultimately happened with that case?
After a couple of years, he was thrown out of court.
It was thrown out. Okay. Are you close with your cousin? Did you talk to him about the case?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe a better way to get to this, from talking to your cousin, did he deny responsibility?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that he was falsely accused by whomever it was that accused him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were there other individuals in your family or friend groups that have been arrested?
I've had other individuals that have been arrested, like friends and the like that were arrested. Yes.
Through those experiences with your family and friends, your cousin that's been arrested, has it left you with any kind of opinion about the police or that investigate those crimes, or the criminal justice system in general?
Yes, to some extent. That at least it's my opinion that one can be arrested, charged, and a lot of things, although one did not necessarily commit the crime that you accuse of. Yes.
Certainly. In our justice system here in the state of Georgia, and for most places here in the country, a defendant, somebody charged, is innocent until proven guilty. Do you agree with that? Yes. All right. Now, if selected to be a juror, the court's request of every juror is that you sit and listen to the evidence, the testimony that's presented in court, be able to render a decision about guilt or innocence of the person charged based on the evidence that appears here in court. Is that a job that you could do, or is there any issue with the things that you experience with your friends and family that might interfere with that?
I think I could do it. Yeah, I think it's something.
And I can hear you because we're pretty close here, but I just want to make sure that you speak loud enough so that everybody else in the courtroom.
Yeah, yes, I think I can do it. Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to verify here. There was a separate question that I asked about people being falsely accused. Was your cousin the person that you were speaking about when you raised your card? In that situation with your cousin, who do you hold responsible, or maybe your cousin responsible for essentially arresting your cousin and him being involved in the criminal justice system?
Oh, it's for me personally, yeah, primarily the person that accused him because he didn't do it, and second, I would have hoped that there would have been a more thorough investigation before he had gone through the process.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I also asked a very similar question, and this also may be the same situation. You just let me know whether you had anybody that felt your family members or close friends had been treated unfairly by the criminal justice system. Is that your cousin as well, or is there anyone else?
Yeah, that was the case with him.
Yes, have you testified in court before?
Yes.
How did that happen?
It was a traffic accident, and my wife was involved in a traffic accident, and somebody rear-ended her, and I wasn't there, so I testified to the effect that the accident, the lingering effect that it had on her.
Was it do you know, if you recall, was it a criminal proceeding against somebody who was involved in the accident, or a civil lawsuit?
It was a civil lawsuit.
What was the experience like testifying for you?
Not pleasant. It was as if I was fighting with lawyers and things like that, and things. So it wasn't very pleasant for me.
Do Do you have, currently in your job with AWS, are you in a supervisory role?
No, not currently.
Not currently. And in the past, have you been in a supervisory role?
I have.
Have you ever participated in either hiring of new staff or termination of current staff?
Yes, in hiring mostly.
When you were participating in that process, I imagine most of the time you don't know the person that's applying. How do you determine whether to hire somebody or not? You really don't know.
A lot of time it's on the resume and the way they answer the questions during the interview process.
What kind of things are you looking for?
Competence, like they're reliable, that they can do the work that they have applied for, and they can be relied on to do the work that would be required of them.
Yes, sir. Ms. Drake asked a question about whether anybody had family members or friends that, I don't know how she worded it, so I'm just based off memory. I think it was something like watched or viewed pornographic material. And I think you had raised your card for that. Is that true of somebody that you know?
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to get graphic with it, but is it this person in your life that does that? Does it appear to be a problem for them? Does it appear to be some kind of addiction, or just more casual?
More casual. That from my experience.
Because of that, is there any issues with that person?
Not particularly, no.
And you have a one child, a daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Is she in high school? All right. And where does she attend high school at?
Brookwood.
Brooklyn. All right. 17 years old. So is she a junior, senior?
Junior.
Junior. Okay. Will she be going into her senior year?
That is correct.
Okay. And what does she want to do when she graduates?
I want to be a nurse.
A nurse. Okay. Have you ever had any significant behavioral issues with your daughter?
Please, what do you mean by significant?
Right. I try to qualify that because anybody who has children has to deal with behavioral issues. They're children, teenagers. Anything that has gone past normal childhood behavior, police being involved, running away, things like that, that has escalated.
No, not. But yet again, I'm not having only one child, so I don't know exactly what one would consider to be significant. So, but yeah, so.
Anything that stands out in your mind as problematic with your daughter?
She doesn't want to do her homework.
And that's probably true of most children not wanting to do their homework. So, is there, we haven't told you very much about this case. You've heard the indictment, and that's about it. Is there anything that you've heard so far from my questioning today or yesterday that makes you feel like you couldn't be fair and impartial if you were going to be a juror?
I don't know what to say. Not that I wouldn't be fair, but given that the accused was a police officer, many times it has been my experience that police officer would be more lenient to other police officers. So if one decide to accuse him, then there may be something there. I don't know, but do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I believe I do, but if I can, I'm just going to ask you a few additional questions to make sure. It sounds like you're saying that he, as a police officer, a lot of times they get a pass.
Yes.
On criminal activity.
A pass.
A pass. And so you think that perhaps because he is charged and was a police officer, that maybe there's more weight to the charges or credibility. Is that what you're saying? Yes. All right. I I understand.
Thank you for,
And that's all right. So this is the process. We just talk and there's no wrong answers. Right? So that's the benefit of the beauty of this. There's no wrong answers. When it comes to that feeling, again, everyone, regardless if you're a police officer, not a police officer, whatever your station in life, you are innocent until the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that of your guilt. You understand that?
Okay.
Do you believe that?
that you're innocent until.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
All right. And what I mean by that is that your job, if you're picked to be a juror, is to weigh the evidence that's presented, the testimony, listen to the testimony, look at the evidence, and decide guilt or innocence based on the evidence here in court. That's the job of a juror. And if you already said you were willing to do that, an additional question is, as you sit here today, have you already decided in your mind the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Are you willing to listen to the evidence and make a decision after listening and seeing the evidence if you're picked to be a juror? All right, thank you, sir.
The defense may have some questions for you.
Good morning, how are you, sir?
okay.
You were the victim of a burglary. When was that?
2010, 2011,
So what county were you living in at that point?
the cap.
Were you at home at the time? Did they ever find the perpetrator? Were you satisfied with what the police did for you at that time? No. What about it were you not satisfied with?
I don't know how it works, but we reported it. They came out and it didn't work out like they show on TV.
They didn't do fingerprints and come in with a bunch of experts and stuff?
Yes.
Do you know if any investigation was done?
No, I don't.
After you initially reported it, did you ever speak to the police again about the burglary?
I think my wife spoke to the police one more time. Yes.
I believe that's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Juror 43. You can just go, if you'll leave the microphone, you can leave it on the ledge or on the chair and go with Patty. Thank you very much. Juror 44. Hello, sir. If you'll just come on into the third chair, and there's a microphone. And if you can be seated, thank you so much. The microphone is so we can hear your answers, and my court reporter can take down your answers, okay? All right.
Good morning, Juror 44.
Morning.
Good morning. You said that you may have some difficulty understanding the English language?
I didn't say that.
No, okay. English is your second language.
Second, yes, that's what I said.
What's your first language? But you have no issues understanding English. Excellent, thank you. I apologize for the
Oh, no,
confusion. And early yesterday, the judge asked about scheduling conflicts for the next 2 weeks. Did you raise your card for that? Tell us, what is your scheduling conflict that you may have?
My problem is because of work.
Okay.
I work for the U.S. government, basically,
Okay.
on
What do you do for the government?
nuclear projects.
Okay. And what is the conflict? The government won't let you come to the
No,
government
it's
security
it's
duty?
just that we have a deadline,
Okay,
and I'm working on 2 projects at the same time.
okay,
And if you pick me,
yes,
I'll be working nights, 10 hours, because this job is so intense. It requires a lot of overtime.
I understand.
So I'll be working nighttime, and being, and I'll be here, half asleep.
Did you work last night?
No, because I was waiting for this for this moment. I didn't want to be.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
And my boss is concerned about that.
So you did express this to your supervisor that you
I
have
have- that I-
schedule?
jury duty. Yes,
Okay.
and potential. Because being a criminal case, and I already served years ago.
Okay.
So it took 2 weeks, so I know what goes on and how long it will take.
Is there anyone else at your job who can step up and assist with your duties?
No, because it's only 2 of us,
Okay.
and the project is a big chemical plant.
Okay.
And we got areas that we got to do, and I have 3 or 4 areas on 2 projects. This one is for can I tell you what it is, or
Yes, that'd be good.
for Y12 in Oak Ridge?
So what specifically are you doing? Are you
I'm doing
out in
piping
the
and
field?
HVAC design
Okay.
on a 3D model. So what happens is we model everything on his
Okay.
giant building, and now is the time to extract the drawings,
Okay.
and that takes a lot of time because we got to annotate. We have to
But
make it look like when they did it by hand.
And what happens if you miss your deadlines?
Oh no, I mean that's bad for them. I mean they get a lot of money deducted from missing the deadline.
Okay.
And another thing that happens in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where the plant is, a lot of companies competing for these kind of jobs. So some of our guys jump to those companies. So we don't have enough people trained on this kind of program because this is a high level kind of 3D program. We work on a like a 3D program that you walk in and.
Are you working in Tennessee or are you working locally?
I used to. They give you 2 years probation, so I was there 2 years. Now I work from home. That's why I can work.
Okay, so you work at night from your home doing the drawings?
No, all day plus overtime, so it'll carry on until 9 o'clock.
Okay.
But if I'm here, I'm gonna work.
You're gonna work at night?
can you work at weekends? Okay.
When is the deadline for your project?
That takes time, so it starts right now because we get client comments. So
When is the deadline? The
Deadline
date?
is in a month and a half.
Okay, thank you.
But that's not the only project. I'm working on
Okay.
another one in Canada. That's
Okay.
the one for Oak Ridge is due 100%. So that's why it's critical.
Okay.
The one in Canada, 60%.
And for the Oak Ridge one, how many hours of work do you think you have left on it?
Limited hours for us, but we had to hit the deadline so I can be working 65 hours a week. I mean, a week.
Okay. Thank you. And you said you served on a jury before?
Yes, back in the 90s.
90s? Okay. Was that here in Gwinnett?
No, in Connecticut. I used to live in Connecticut.
In Connecticut? Okay.
Yes. Civil.
It was a civil case. And were you the foreperson?
No,
And without telling me the decision that was made, did your jury reach a verdict or make a decision?
yeah, oh yes.
How was that experience?
It was great. It's just
It took time, understand. I believe you raised your card that you have given a statement to police before?
not statements. I was driving my pickup truck and had a trailer,
Okay.
which I could not see through the rear view because it was an enclosed trailer taller than my truck. And there was a police officer behind me, but I didn't know. I didn't see him.
Okay.
So finally, I looked on my side mirror and I see the light. So I started moving over, and he proceeded to come over. I lowered my window. He started insulting me and pointing the finger at me. I mean, what did I do? I mean, I couldn't see him. I told him, I couldn't see, and he got
Yeah.
pissed.
Okay.
So that in my mind
Was
have a bad picture of police officers,
okay.
especially young ones.
When was that? How long ago? 2 years ago? And where?
Gwinnett police,
Gwinnett police?
and a black SUV.
Did
I mean,
you-
he didn't have any rights to do that. Why? If he was in such a hurry, why can he just?
Okay. Did you get a ticket for that?
No, he just.
Just yelled at you and.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Okay.
I couldn't see the guy. He knew it.
I understand. I'm sorry.
I think
that.
he was profiling me, so that's what I was.
Okay. I get that was a bad experience. Have you had any other dealings with law enforcement yourself?
No, not as bad as that one. Yeah.
Okay. Do if you were to hear from Gwinnett County police officers in this case, would that still be in your mind, or do you think you can set that aside and realize that was just one individual?
I don't know. I mean, depends, you know.
Okay. You also stated, I believe, when Ms. Drake asked you if you consider yourself kind of a follower or a leader.
I mean, I'm following because my job, you know, they give you a guideline. You got to follow that. You can't, the government gives you something to do. Follow that.
Follow the instructions.
That's all you, I mean, that's it.
Understand.
But other than that, I'm my own boss, whatever I do and design because
When you,
specs and things like that.
when you were on jury duty before back in Connecticut, were you able to listen to the evidence and then argue your opinion? Okay. So if you were selected for this jury, you feel that you could kind of hold your own and stand up and fight for what you believe?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. And I think you stated when Ms. Drake asked you if you had any opinions about her client sitting at the table, that meant that he must have done something wrong. Did you respond to that?
I mean, so many, you know, charges. He's gonna have some that he's guilty of.
And you understand that at this point you haven't heard any evidence,
No,
and you understand at this point that he is still innocent until proven guilty.
but I'm assuming, yes, it's gonna happen.
If the judge were to tell you that your job as a juror would be to set your assumptions and beliefs aside and make a decision based solely on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom, could you follow the judge's instructions to do that?
I would try.
Right now, do you have any opinions as to his guilt or innocence?
No.
And do you believe if you are selected that you could be fair and impartial? You have 2 daughters and 1 son?
Yes, right.
Did you raise your children here in Gwinnett? What high school did they go to?
Central
Okay.
in
Central Gwinnett?
Dacula,
Oh.
Dacula Elementary and Dacula
Okay.
High School.
Besides your project, is there anything else you think we should know that would prevent you from serving? Thank you so much.
The defense may have some questions for you.
Oh,
Hold on
okay.
just a second, sir.
Hi, good morning, sir. How
Morning.
are you?
Good, how are you?
So right now you're working about 65 hours a week? And is that 6 or 7 days a week?
That's, you know, depends, you know what I mean, how I feel because,
How much
yeah,
how much you can get
right,
done.
because working at
So based upon the amount of time that you're currently having to put in, how many hours would you be having to work each day once you left this trial?
I'm pushing for 40 because that's the normal, regular.
A regular week?
But what I want to tell that, you know, another thing that I have is I'm hourly. And my hourly is pretty high.
Okay.
And the overtime gets paid time and a half. So I'm missing on the time and a half part, which
Okay.
I like a lot.
So, but you would probably be working at least 8 hours a day after being here,
10, hopefully,
8 to 10?
because I want to put in some overtime as well.
Okay. And if you're working even just say 8 hours and you're here for about 8 hours, that's already at 16. How long does it take you to get to the courthouse?
15 minutes.
Okay, so that's 16 and a half hours. So are you able to go for 2 weeks on 3.5 hours of sleep? I saw your eyebrows shoot up. Do you think that that would impact your ability to come in here at some point and be able to give the trial your full attention?
Yes. I work on 2 monitors, so just 8 hours on a monitor, monitor with all this 3D stuff that's going on.
Right.
I had to have my mind really clear because models have a lot of stuff. And I mean, not just the only one. This is a live model that we input stuff in there, electrical, structural, everything's in there.
Right. And so having to concentrate so hard at your job and what you're doing, would that make it difficult for you to be able to concentrate fully here during the day?
Eventually, yeah.
And you mentioned one deadline, the deadline in Canada, when is that?
The deadline is, right now we're starting the changes. So
What's the date of the deadline in Canada?
next
Do
month
you-
also,
So within the next month?
yes. But on that one, I'm doing two things, piping and HVAC.
Okay.
I'm working on a now project. I'm doing the piping and HVAC on that project.
Okay. I wanted to go back to the statement that he must have done something wrong. So as you sit here right now, I believe you said that he's got to be guilty of at least one charge. And that's your opinion as you sit here today.
Right.
Which charge do you think he's guilty of?
No, I don't remember any of them.
But you feel that just because of the number of charges that the jury's going to have to find him guilty of at least something? That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Juror 44. If you will leave the microphone and go with Patty, and she's going to bring in Juror 45.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello.
You have a microphone because we have to hear you, and my court reporter's taking everything down, so we need to get your answers on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
You are juror 45?
Correct.
All right. Just want to follow up on a few things. Says you're a project manager. What kind of work do you do?
Commercial interior construction.
All right, very good. And how long have you done that?
3.5 years.
So it looks like from the questionnaire that you filled out, it looks like you grew up here mostly in Gwinnett.
Correct. Yeah.
Where'd you go to high school?
Collinsville.
Family located here? in Gwinnett?
They've now moved up to Hartwell, but yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Very good. And just following up on a few questions from yesterday. See if you answered any of my questions from yesterday. All right. I think there was a question about when you were a child, a teenager, child. Did you ever experiment with any kind of drugs?
Yeah. Marijuana.
Just marijuana?
Yeah.
Is that still something that you enjoy, or?
Periodically. Yeah.
And what are your thoughts about legalization?
I don't see a giant difference in it in alcohol, I guess. But there need to be restrictions, obviously, if legalized. I think maybe people don't think it's as serious as it is sometimes. Like, you shouldn't operate a vehicle with it. And I think sometimes people think you maybe could.
Sure.
Maybe not the case.
Right. Well, and that's the same rules for alcohol.
Yeah, obviously.
Things like that. So you see it very similarly to alcohol, as you said.
Yeah.
Should be legal, but with obvious restrictions.
Correct. Yeah.
Everybody said.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a question that Ms. Drake asked about folks in your life, family members or friends who watch or view pornographic material.
Yeah.
Do you have people in your life that do that?
I feel like everybody does.
Okay. And my question is, because there may be many people that do, is any of the family members or friends that you have that do that, has it evolved into anything more significant where it becomes a problem or an addictive behavior on their part?
Not to my knowledge, no. Just general viewing, I guess.
Do you recall answering any other questions that we asked?
Calling the police, I think.
Okay. Have you called the police?
A handful of times for people falling asleep at stop signs and traffic stops. Things like that.
Anything other than traffic stuff?
No.
And just when, it seems to maybe an obvious answer, but I'm gonna ask it to you. Why do you call the police in those situations?
Seems dangerous for somebody to be asleep at the wheel at a stop sign or stoplight. So
How many times do you think that you've called the police to report something like that?
3 total times.
And have you ever had to, other than calling and telling the dispatcher, hey, this is the car, so have you ever had to follow up with police or given any statements about anything?
No.
There is, have you heard anything about this case on the news, anywhere else?
No, I've not.
You haven't heard intentionally, haven't heard very much about this case, just in the indictment yesterday. Is there anything that you heard that makes you feel like you couldn't be fair and impartial if you were thinking to be a juror?
No.
And I didn't document any scheduling concerns that you have over the next 2 weeks?
No.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have for you, sir.
The defense may have some questions for you.
I have a question for you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Our juror 45, if you'll go with Patty. She's going to bring the next juror in. Thank you. Good morning. You're juror 46, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you for picking up the microphone and thank you for using it.
Yes, she gave me good instructions.
Okay, good. Thank you, Patty.
Good morning, Juror 46. I have a few questions for you, okay? What kind of engineering do you do?
Manufacturing,
How long have you done worked as an engineer?
38 years.
And you have been a victim of a crime before, a break-in at your house?
Yes,
Tell us about that. Where?
just left the garage open and they walked right in.
Okay. Take anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that in Gwinnett?
Yes,
Did you call the police?
my wife did.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't personally. I
But-
wasn't even there. So
Okay, but your
it's
wife
family.
called.
Yeah, she called.
Was your wife and you satisfied with the response you got from the officers?
Personally, I wasn't involved, so
Okay,
I can't answer that.
I understand. Have you called the police for anything? Had any dealings with them?
Fire department, not the police.
Okay. And I think you raised your card that you have some information about cell phone mapping technology.
Right. I just understand how it works in general.
Okay.
You know how the towers talk to each other.
Have you had any classes, training, anything on that?
Informal in school, but it was way before cell phones were real.
Okay. Understood. So for engineering school, you kind of learned about that
Right.
technology.
Networking and that technology was in the 80s. That was kind of.
Okay. Have you ever done any work on cell phones?
No.
And I believe you also said that you have heard some information about this case.
Just what I remember is just, I think it was radio.
Okay, so just
Yeah.
like radio news
Yeah, just
coverage.
announcements type of things.
Okay. And the area up on Drowning Creek and 316, how are
I've
you
driven that.
just driven over there? Okay. If the judge were to give you instructions, if you were selected as a juror to kind of set aside anything that you may have heard on the radio or read and watched on TV, could you follow those instructions?
Yes,
And you also watch some crime shows?
yes.
What type of shows do you watch?
Like the 48 hours and those
Okay.
type, yeah.
And the same question, if the judge were to ask you to kind of set aside what you learn on those shows and make a decision based solely on what you hear and see this courtroom.
That would be tougher.
That'd be tougher? Okay. Why's that? Tell me.
Just because the influence, of
Okay.
the way that the presentations, the ones that are more real versus the not real.
Okay, I understand that. But as an engineer, I know that you're an analytical thinker and kind of process evidence for part of your job. Do you think you could do that? And I know it's difficult, but listen to the evidence that's here and try and set aside any outside knowledge you have.
Yes.
Do you have some friends or family that work in law enforcement?
More friends, work friends, have retired police officers
Okay.
that now work in security.
Okay. Any that worked for Gwinnett County
No,
Police?
no.
Okay. Your friends that work in security, do you talk to them about some of their cases or their
Oh,
work
yeah,
that
we've
they have?
talked before.
Before, okay,
Yeah.
so older stuff.
Yeah, older stuff. They're all retired.
Okay. But none of them worked in Gwinnett?
No, no.
Okay.
Actually, they didn't work in the U.S.
Okay. And you have two adult sons?
Yes.
Where did your sons go to school?
Mercer and college.
Did they go to high school in Gwinnett?
Yes.
Which high school?
Mill Creek.
Anything you think that we should know that we didn't ask you about?
So,
Oh, you did respond to a question that Ms. Drake asked you. I believe she asked if her client is sitting at a table, you have the assumption that that person must have done something wrong. Did you raise your card for that?
yes.
Tell me why you did that, why you raised that card.
If we don't end up at this spot without something have happened.
Okay,
So an event happened.
understand. You understand that in this country, everyone's entitled to a fair trial.
Yeah. I had to be honest, that's in
no,
my mind. It's
That's
not.
what we want, honesty. And you understand that you haven't heard any evidence in the case yet, and that he is innocent until proven guilty, correct?
Correct.
Do you think that you could set aside any assumptions you have and try your best to follow the judge's instructions to make a decision solely on what you hear and see in this courtroom?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
The defense may have some questions for you, sir. Mr. Dobbins?
Good morning.
Morning.
So, as you sit here today, do you believe that my client has done something that's landed him there?
Yes.
And even if the judge were to instruct you that he has a presumption of innocence until proven guilty by the state, and that he cannot be presumed guilty before that, you still believe that something landed him there?
Something like that. Correct.
You stated that you had prior knowledge of this case from the radio. What specifically have you heard about this case?
Just that there was an event and a body found.
And did you hear anything else in regards to my client?
Just that where he worked.
And then you had indicated that you watch true crime shows and that it would be tough to set what you've seen in those shows aside. During this case, do you still believe that?
So influenced the thinking.
So even if the judge were to instruct you that when deliberating on this case, you can only deliberate about the evidence that you've seen in this courtroom and the law that she's given you, you would still, it'd be tough to set aside what you've seen in those shows, kind of how they operate.
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Juror 46. If you'll just leave the microphone, and Patty's going to take you back to the assembly room. Good morning. If you'll just be seated, and if you would use the microphone, my court reporter's taking down everything that are your responses.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State may have some questions.
Good morning.
Sorry.
I apologize for the interruption.
No, go ahead.
You're number 47?
Yes, sir.
All right. There was a series of questions we asked about whether anybody had knew anything about this case or watched the first 48 episode. I think you responded to those questions.
Yes, sir.
All right. So did you watch the first 48?
I believe so. I watch a lot of them, and I'm familiar with it from the news. I listen to WSB every day and all that kind of stuff. So traffic, and they do.
Have you, the judge asked a series of what we call statutory questions about, and those were the first ones yesterday.
Okay.
Those are the big questions about, are there any bias or prejudice in your mind? all of the questions about formed and expressed any opinion about the guilt of the accused, and is your mind perfectly impartial between the state and the accused? You answered all of those that you were impartial.
I think so. I mean, you form opinions as you hear stuff. And we're all, familiar with the shows, and, I can't say you don't kind of come to your own conclusions even early on because you hear stuff. So,
and I totally understand that. So my question for you is that as you sit here today, have you already made up your mind about the guilt of the defendant?
I haven't, but I would be lying if I didn't say I had some thoughts, or when I heard it first. So
I think you'd be lying if you said you had no thoughts. Everybody comes to you with thoughts.
Yeah.
My question is that your job, if you're picked to be a juror, is to look at the evidence, listen to the testimony that's presented in court, and be a fair juror and make a decision about guilt or innocence based upon what is presented here in the courtroom.
Right.
Before you. Is that something you can do?
I think I can. It's, I've never been in this position, so it'd be hard to say. But I do have some preconceived notions on stuff.
Okay.
But,
and so those, and I know a lot of people come into the courtroom that way.
Okay.
Right, with thoughts and ideas and things like that.
Right.
And it's not about being rid of all of those and coming in with nothing in your head. What it is can you commit to being a fair juror, giving the defendant a fair trial? He is innocent until proven guilty. The state has the burden to prove him guilty with the evidence that we present here in court to convince you.
Right.
Is that something that if the judge instructs you and says that's your job?
Right.
Is that something you can do?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And tell me why.
I'm in a room full of people I don't know, but I lived a reckless youth. I've had interactions with police. I've had as many good as I've had negative. So I think my first instinct is possibly a bad cop, and that's where my mind went to in the first of all this. That it's unfortunate that people can get in those positions and still be maybe not honest people. I don't know. And then if I do recall, isn't there another case going on about a B&E or something that he was involved with? Is that in this case, or?
What you've heard today, or what you heard yesterday, is the indictment in this case.
Right.
And all of the other things that you may have heard, all we're considering today
is this one.
The charges that the judge read to you in the indictment in this case.
Okay.
But you have that knowledge, right? You have knowledge that you're coming here with. So the question is your opinion that you have so fixed and definite that it cannot be changed?
I don't think so. I don't think it's fixed, but I'm leaning somewhere, I guess, already.
Okay. And so if we would say you're not perfectly in the middle, you have an opinion one way or the other that you currently lean.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I understand that. Are you familiar with the area that we talked about there on Singleton Road and Indian Trail?
Yeah, I lived on Indian Trail for 20 years. I graduated Norcross High School. So,
okay.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with all of that area.
Is there any particular reason that area stands out to you amongst any others?
Oh, no, I lived literally a half a mile from there for 20 years.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You're very familiar with it.
Yes,
You're familiar with that apartment complex, the Sterling Glen?
I know it. I've passed it a million times. I've never been into it, but yes, I'm very familiar with.
All right. And you've been arrested before?
Yes, sir.
What was that for?
Marijuana possession and DUI.
How long ago?
Oh, gosh. DUI has been 10 years, marijuana possession, 25, something like that, long time ago. Like I said, I lived a reckless youth.
You mentioned you had both good and bad experiences with law enforcement. What's your opinion in general of law enforcement?
I think they're a needed, a necessary faction. It's like I said before, I hate that. And it's with any business, any job, there's good and there's bad. I just hold police to a higher standard, and I would think that they shouldn't be, bad people, but I guess that's just human nature.
Well,
some are and some aren't.
Right. Regardless of any particular person in this case, you'll hear from law enforcement that'll testify if you're selected to be a juror. Is there anything about your experiences one way or the other with law enforcement that's going to affect your ability to consider what witnesses witnesses say here in the courtroom and to be fair juror?
I don't think so.
You also had family members and friends arrested for crimes?
I don't know if I raised my hands for that one.
What do you believe about legalization of marijuana?
Oh, no, I just, at this point in time, when half of the country goes one way and the other half goes the other, I think it's a shame that there's people that are still being charged criminally when you can walk a state over and not get charged. You know, it's at this point, it doesn't make any sense for it not to be.
Understood. I'll just kind of ask a very broad question. Other than you've expressed some concerns and things like that you already had, but have you heard anything that makes you feel like you just couldn't be a fair and impartial juror?
I don't think so.
Thank you, sir.
All right, the defense may have some questions for you.
Sure.
So did you watch the full episode?
I was trying to recall that last night. I'm not totally sure. I watch a lot of those. I think that it's on almost every day, and it's just something new besides a rerun. And yeah, I watch a lot of those History Channel, Crime Channel shows, just out of learning stuff, I guess.
And on 48 Hours, they often have many interviews with the detective and other officers involved in the scene, right?
I think so, yeah.
Did you see the interview?
I don't recall that specifically. I just, I've heard about the case and it was very familiar to me, and I know that I've seen a show on it, so.
Okay. You mentioned a burglary, about there being another case.
Oh, I thought that when I recalled something on the news about it, that he was involved, there was something prior to this. And I may be getting it confused, but there was another case that he was being charged with that was separate to this, like a month or two before, was in somebody's house, something like that.
So in response to one of the last questions that the state asked you, you said that you felt that you could be fair and impartial. But as you sit here right now, you are leaning one way over the other.
I think I naturally am. I'm not intending to be.
Right. No. Nobody's saying that.
Right.
That's just human nature. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. If you'll leave the microphone, and Patty will return you to the jury room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Juror 48. How are you?
Good morning.
Thank you. The state may have some questions for you.
Hi, Jared 48.
Hi.
You're retired?
Yes,
What did you do for a living?
IT.
IT? Did you do any work on cell phones?
No.
I think you raised your card that you have been arrested before.
Yes,
What was that for?
domestic disturbance.
How long ago was that?
8 years ago.
In Gwinnett or somewhere else?
No, Missouri.
What ended up happening with those charges?
I guess they're still there. I had to serve anger management thing, and we ended up in a divorce.
Okay. Sorry to hear that. Do you feel that you were treated fairly by the law enforcement out in Missouri?
Oh, sure.
And I think you also said you had a family or friend arrested?
Son.
Your son. Okay. What was your son charged with?
Domestic.
Also in Missouri or here?
No, I was here.
In Gwinnett?
No, Winder.
Okay.
Is that Barrow? What county?
I believe so, but did you go to court with your son?
Yes.
And same question, you think your son was treated fairly by law enforcement in that situation?
Sure.
And he has resolved his charges?
Yes.
I think you, Mr. Stefan asked a question. Does anyone have anything else they want to tell us that we didn't ask you? And you said you had something to say.
On the, I think you asked if your immediate family was law enforcement or anything like that. But I don't think you asked if they were previously employed.
Okay.
My wife was a dispatcher for Lithonia
Okay.
City in a previous job.
Okay. Did you speak to your wife about her calls that she took when she got home from work?
No, that was before me.
Before you, okay.
She just cited different things to our children, like this is what you need to be doing and why,
Understand.
and tried to educate them that way.
Did they listen?
75%.
Okay, excellent.
That's good though. 75% is pretty good.
You also, I think, said that you had either a child that ran away or you ran away as a child.
When you say ran away, what would be your definition? I think everybody ran away. It's whether you went away overnight.
And that's what we're trying to learn, whatever your interpretation was. Did you have someone who, I guess, did police ever have to be contacted to find?
Oh no. I ran away because Dad was going to whoop me. And I was 8 or something. I broke something and I ran out the front door, but I did not miss supper.
You came back. Okay. Excellent. You also, I think, responded that you may have had a child who had possible suicide threats.
Had one. I had a daughter. Well, I still have a daughter. She was in, I guess, age 30.
Okay.
Was in the hospital for 10 days with COVID. Had the thing down her throat. And since then, cannot do whatever her master's is in, speech language pathology,
Okay.
SLP. So she struggled with things, and she confided that in me one day that she had considered that. And I think she chewed me out for not taking that a little more seriously.
I'm sorry, is that?
But I felt good that she would confide it.
Yeah. Is she in a better place now?
Still has a permanent trachea hole in the neck. Yep. So it's kind of.
Okay. But she's in a better place with her mental health?
Yes.
Now that she's better from COVID, somewhat. And you said that she kind of chewed you out because you didn't get further help?
No, she was like, wasn't sure. I was responding with, I'm so glad you shared this with me.
Yeah.
Not, I'm so glad you were trying to commit suicide.
Okay.
So it's, and she lives in Kansas City, so we don't have weekly interactions kind of like on that level. So it's
I understand.
funny to be chewed out by your daughter.
I think on your questionnaire, you said that you're a party to a lawsuit involving negligent care and nursing.
Oh yeah, my mother died in, I guess, a nursing home, also in Kansas City.
Okay.
And when she went to an ER, the doctor there said, "Do not take her back where she was," because they were missing something on her. So.
Okay. I'm sorry about your mom. Is that litigation still pending?
No, that's resolved.
Were you satisfied with the results in the court system from that?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard anything about this case?
No.
And do you think that you can be fair and impartial if you're selected?
Yes.
Have you served on a jury before?
I think I sat in a pool.
Okay, so you went through this process,
but not quite this far.
Okay.
So I don't feel like I was selected, meaning I never sitting
Okay.
here that I know of.
Anything that you think we should know that we didn't ask you?
I'm right-handed.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Why are you holding the microphone with your left hand?
So I can do whatever.
Oh, okay. The defense may have some questions
Oh,
for
okay.
you.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
Thank you, Juror 48. So you can go with Patty. You could leave the microphone. Thank you. Ma'am, if you'll just sit in the second or third chair, right there in the front of the jury box. Thank you. And the state may have some questions for you. If you'll hold the microphone up to your mouth so that my court reporter and everyone can hear, because we're taking everything down you say. Thank you.
Good morning.
Is there a green light on it? Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You're
That's
good.
great. Thank
Okay.
you.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Before even looking at your questionnaire, I was going to guess medical professional because you're wearing scrubs.
Yes.
Um,
And I hate to interrupt you. At the advice of bailiffs, they wanted me to go ahead and let you know there was a question yesterday I didn't really know how to handle.
Okay.
And so after the fact, I asked them and they said to say it once I'm here for this part. I have a Gwinnett address, but I live in DeKalb, but I have no proof that I live in Brookhaven because I'm not in a lease. I don't pay my utilities. And just to keep life easier, I use the address of where I grew up, where my mother still lives. So car registration, voter registration, bank statements, anything where an official address is needed, I use my Gwinnett address. But I stay in Brookhaven and I don't know.
Where do you vote?
I vote in Gwinnett.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So thank you.
That's the precise kind of things that we need to know.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. You are a nurse.
Yes.
And you work with pediatric or children's?
Pediatrics, yes.
And what kind of, what do you do as a nurse in pediatric group?
I work at a primary care practice, so lots of well checks, sick visits. I also am the coordinator for the vaccine program that we have. So I'm responsible for ordering vaccines, keeping the inventory, and there's government programs for vaccines I'm responsible for staying in compliance with, and that's the main responsibilities there.
The group that you're a part of, generally what age range of children do you see?
We see newborns through 21 years.
And so do you oftentimes interact with teenagers in that practice?
Yes.
How long have you been a nurse?
8.5 years, almost 9. Yeah, almost 9.
I'm going to go over a few of the questions from yesterday. And do you know anything about this case? Have you heard anything on the news, radio, TV, anything about this case?
The only thing that I knew was coincidentally yesterday morning, had the news on just in passing, overheard about a trial starting. And then I walk in yesterday morning and it was that trial.
It was this trial. Okay. So other than that news story that you heard yesterday morning, have you heard anything else from any other sources that you're aware of?
No.
Obviously, if selected to be a juror, the job will be to sit and listen to the evidence presented in court and make a decision at the end of it based on the evidence you've heard here in the courtroom. Is that something that you do?
Yes.
Well, and so I sense a little bit of hesitation. And can you tell me a little bit about what your thought process is?
I feel like these situations are hard when someone's been arrested and why were they arrested, you know? So it's hard to not have a feeling where this is going.
Sure, and I understand that. Part of our constitutional framework about trials is that the defendant, any person charged, so that in this case or any case, any criminal charge anywhere, the defendant is presumed innocent. And they are only found guilty if a jury finds beyond a reasonable down based on the evidence that they in fact committed whatever offense they're charged with. Do you believe that?
Yes.
Now, if you're selected to be a juror, we all come in with our thoughts and things that might be in the back of our minds and things like that. But ultimately, your job is to be a fair juror. And what that means is to listen to the evidence and be a fair juror to both sides, right? To the defendant and to the state, and to decide the case based on the evidence that you hear. Is that something you can do?
Yes.
As you sit there now, having come in, have you already made up your mind about this case?
I would listen to the evidence.
There was a series of a long list of people that I read out earlier yesterday. Witnesses, people involved in the case, court staff, things like that. Anybody, anyone who knew anyone. And I think you had raised your card about potentially knowing someone. Can you tell me who that was?
I think that was the earlier question where, and it was, I raised my card because I wasn't sure, and you guys said, you know, if it might apply to you, raise. The only thing was I was here about 1.5 years ago for the jury selection process, and Judge Atkins was the judge, and I didn't know if it mattered that I've been in a courtroom with her before, and that was all.
Were you selected to be on the jury?
No.
Now, do you recall that any of the facts of that? Not. That's not the question I asked. Do you recall it was a criminal or civil case that you were here for jury selection for?
It was a criminal case, child molestation.
Did you make it to this stage in jury selection being questioned like this?
Yep.
Okay, understood. But you were not selected, you did not serve on that jury.
Correct.
Anyone else that you recognize or think you might know other than the judge?
No.
I described them yesterday as true crime shows, but more like documentary style shows about crimes and investigations. Do you enjoy watching those programs?
Yes, but I wouldn't say as much as I feel like there's a group of people who are really into that, and it's not my go-to for television viewing, but I will occasionally watch a, 2020 or whatever type of evening special.
Have you had family members or friends that have been arrested before?
Not that I can recall. I don't think so. Oh, wait, yes. I'm sorry. I had a friend arrested for DUI.
All right. Here or somewhere else?
Cobb County.
Your friend who was arrested, do you believe that they were, by the police, the criminal justice system, everything involved, they're treated fairly?
The only thing that sounded unfair was and this is according to her, she had to do a breathalyzer, but they didn't show her the result. And I remember that being some type of thing. This is like 2 or 3 years ago. I don't remember details, but it sounded like someone had messed up somewhere along the way in that process.
Because of that, the incident of her being arrested and maybe some issues there with the case, has that left any opinions about law enforcement or the criminal justice system in your mind?
Not that in particular.
In more broader context, do you have any opinions about the criminal justice system or the police?
I feel like I've been in a few instances where police have an attitude for absolutely no reason at all. I don't say, generally speaking, the police are bad. But again, there have been several experiences where it's like, is it necessary for you to act this way towards me?
So those are experiences that you had personally?
Yes.
What kind of context? How were the police involved?
One was many years ago at a bar. I had been drinking. I accidentally bumped into a policeman, and he immediately took me outside and started yelling at me. Just didn't seem necessary. And then another instance where this was in college, so obviously many years ago, my friend's car got hit by one of our school's maintenance trucks, and I was out there with her, and it wasn't her fault. And the policeman there was saying that it was her fault. And at the time, I was more outspoken and inserted myself into the situation and basically got the maintenance guy to say that it actually was his fault. And I was talking to my friend about it, and I was literally speaking directly to my friend, and I said something to her that the policeman didn't like. And then he yelled at me and made me go back inside the dorm. Just like petty things.
Sure. Now, let me ask you, those experiences, do you feel more that those experiences are indicative of those few officers who just might have a bad day, or they were not good officers, or does it kind of reflect more about your opinion in general on law enforcement?
I'd say in general.
In this case, as with most criminal cases, there may be law enforcement officers who are called to testify in this case. Is there any issue that you would have with listening to their testimony and in the same way that you would anyone else's testimony?
I don't remember how you phrased your question, but I think you're asking, would I listen to the officer as much as I would any other person? And yes, I would.
A more colloquial way to say that, or more common way, is some people just won't believe what an officer says because of the negative experience they had with the police. They just don't like the police. And just when they see a police officer and the officer testifies, they I just can't even listen to that person because of my feelings. Do you feel that way at all?
No, no.
You may have already described this about some of the other incidents, been a witness to a crime.
Does being the victim of a crime count as?
That would absolutely count. So tell me, what does that experience for you?
I don't know what the legal term would be. I use the word accosted. In 2008, I was in a parking lot. I had just gotten out of my car, and a male came out. Actually, I had seen him. I saw 3 males walking. I was by myself. It was 10 o'clock at night. Just to play it safe, I was like, I'm going to wait till they're gone before I get out of my car. And they were out of my sight. But as soon as I got out of my car, one of them came up behind me, and it was kind of like a bear hug, but not a hug, like aggressively approached me from behind, wrapped his arms around me. I was able to turn around, and then he kind of had me by the shoulders. I start screaming, and he was saying, shut up, shut up. With one hand, I had him in the neck, and the other, I was trying to hold on to my bag and hit him in the head. And yeah, I was just screaming as loud as possible, trying to hit him, trying to hurt him. And then he let go and ran away.
That sounds like a pretty significantly traumatizing event. Were the police involved?
I did call the police. When they showed up many years ago, I just thought they're not going to do anything to try and find this person. I didn't think it was that. Living in Atlanta, I was like, there's a lot more going on, and I don't think anyone's going to care about this. So I didn't even do a police report, and it didn't occur to me that doing a police report would have documented that situation and say if something similar had happened in the area, they could put that together. Again, just young and didn't think anyone cared.
The person responsible, they were not known to you?
No.
And that situation that happened to you, just in any way as you think about that, reminisce about it, is there anything about that is you believe is going to cause you any trouble with being fair and impartial in this case?
I say no, but it's hard to not think of that. I'm a female. I was accosted by a Black male. There's this case. It's hard to not have that in my mind. And I guess I can't definitively say is that going to influence me or not? I guess I won't know till I'm in that situation.
And I understand. So just a few follow-up questions about that. Certainly, I don't believe that you're saying that simply because the defendant is black here and that there's a female alleged victim, that you already believe he's guilty simply because of those factors.
No.
Are you willing and able, as a juror, to sit and listen to the evidence that's presented here in court, testimony and evidence, and make a decision about guilt or innocence based upon the evidence that you see here in court?
Yes.
You have a scheduling issue over the next 2 weeks?
It's a scheduling issue to me. I'm assuming to the court, it's not.
It may or may not be. Let's see what it is.
One is just missing work for that length of time with so little notice. And the other is I've been begging my partner for months to schedule a colonoscopy, and I'm supposed to take him next Friday.
So the 14th,
Yes.
he has an appointment, and you are the designated driver.
Yes.
Is there anyone else who could drive him?
I think he was hoping his nurse partner would be there for him.
I understand that.
And I know that
is
this
there
not
anyone else that could take him?
worst case, we reschedule.
Okay.
I guess.
Right. So, and so if it's not you driving, I know when those procedures happen, he's not supposed to be driving. So it would require somebody to pick him up from there. If it's not you, as the judge was asking, is anybody else going to be able to fill that role in your stead?
I can't speak for him. I think he was more comfortable having a nurse around.
If it had to be rescheduled, is that possible?
Yeah, sure.
Tell me your thoughts about legalization of marijuana.
When I was younger, I was very against it. It just made me think of people I went to high school with that were potheads and, didn't really contribute anything to anything at any time. I guess as I've gotten older, I feel like, is it that big of a deal? If people can drink alcohol, why can't they smoke marijuana or whatever form of THC? Yeah, I guess I just don't think it's that big of a deal.
That's fine. So you would support the legalization of it at this point?
Yeah.
Nobody's holding you to it. Is there, for any reason, anything we've talked about that makes you feel that you couldn't be fair and impartial if you were picked to be a juror?
No.
Thank you so much.
The defense may have some questions for you.
Morning. I want to talk to you about your Brookhaven address. That's in DeKalb County, correct?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
5+ years.
And you don't have a lease. Are you staying with a friend?
I rent from people I know.
Okay. So it's just not a written lease, it's more of an agreement?
Right.
Do you keep all of your belongings there?
Yes.
Okay. And are you in school, or is that considered temporary housing for you?
No, that's where I live.
Okay. And then when was the last time you would have considered Gwinnett to be your residence?
2018, like the first half of 2018.
Okay. I then wanted to ask you, if you were to learn that my client, you had indicated that you had some bad experiences with law enforcement, and I know the state had asked you if you would be able to listen to law enforcement testify and remain impartial and weigh their evidence like you weigh any other witness. But if you were to learn that my client was former law enforcement, would that cause you to have any type of feeling towards him?
Possibly.
Do you believe you'd be able to remain impartial? Or would you feel like you would convict solely because of this former, or acquit because he's former law enforcement?
No, I wouldn't, for that single reason, make any decision.
You had indicated that you believe that you acquiesced to stronger personalities. I don't know if I heard the state ask you about that, but in case I missed it, I wanted to ask you if there was 11 other jurors in that room and they all believed one way, and you had a very strong reason for believing your way, would you acquiesce to the other 11 solely because you are the one juror who believes differently? In other words, would you succumb to peer pressure?
Right. It's hard to answer when you're not actually in that situation. I could easily say, no, I wouldn't acquiesce, but this is a terrible situation to be in.
I understand. If the judge were to instruct you that you can't acquiesce, that you're to hold your opinion until convinced based on the evidence and the law, would you be able to do that?
Yes.
And then I wanted to follow up on the scheduling issue. If you were to be required to sit for this jury, missing that appointment or having to reschedule that appointment, that's something that would weigh so heavily on your mind that it would make it difficult to hear the evidence in this case. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Juror 49. You can go with Patty. We've been going about an hour and a half. Do the attorneys need a comfort break?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 10 minutes. We will start back at 10:40, a little bit over 10 minutes. release. Is that correct, Patty? Or there's an issue?
Requested it. They just let it be known to Mr. Bob that she's having to tell her everything. So
Okay.
I'll get a note to you.
Hold on just a second. So what does the state?
I've got no objection to excusal, Judge. At being 99 of the additional 100, there's virtually no chance that we get to that juror anyway.
I agree, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll release juror number 99. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Patty.
We are ready for.
Let me just make sure. Hold on. Is the state ready?
We're ready, Judge.
Defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, we are ready for juror 50. Good morning. All right, juror 50. If you would, we just need to make sure that your answers can be taken down by our court reporter. So if you'll put the microphone towards your mouth, you may have to take off the mask. We'll try it with the mask first, okay?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're retired?
Yes.
What did you previously do for a living?
Tractor trailer driver.
Okay. And what about your spouse?
School teacher.
Did your spouse teach in Gwinnett?
Yeah.
When did your spouse retire?
3 years ago.
And what about you?
About 2 years ago.
Do you know what school your spouse taught at?
20 years at Norcross Elementary, and then 15 at Birdmont Middle.
And I think you said that you know some information about this case?
Well, I saw it back when it, whenever it took place.
You saw it on the news, or did you watch any shows?
Probably on the news. I watch the news every day.
Okay. Do you have, after you saw it on the news, did you do any research on the case or anything like that?
No, nothing at all.
Okay. If you were selected and then the judge asked you to set aside anything you heard on the news and make decisions solely what you hear and see in this courtroom, would you follow that instruction?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that area of Singleton and Indian Trail?
Yeah.
How do you know that area?
Well, I used to live in Norcross, and I coached up there.
Okay. What's your coach?
Football, baseball, basketball.
Awesome. And that apartment complex, Sterling Glen Apartments, you know anyone in there?
I don't know the apartment per se, but I'm just familiar with that area.
Okay. Thank you. I think you said that you may have a scheduling conflict for the next 2 weeks.
Well, not the next 2 weeks. I'm a disabled lupus patient.
Okay.
And then I got a procedure on the 19th.
Okay. If we were done before then, just the next 2 weeks, would you be able to have any conflicts?
Probably not. I mean, it takes a lot to, like yesterday, sitting here, quite a bit. So my body is pretty sore right now.
Okay. Tell me what you do when that happens. Are you regularly at home during the day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
Yes.
Were you taking your medication yesterday?
Most of it I didn't take. There's some dealing with the prostate, so I didn't take that because I can't control the bathroom once I take that.
Okay, understand. If the judge gives you regular breaks to stand up, stretch, and use the restroom, would that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you feel comfortable letting me know if you needed a restroom break?
Oh, yeah. I'd have to let you know.
Okay.
And so I think you said that you have had some bad experience with law enforcement.
Yeah, it's been a while back, but yeah, I had in Norcross, I was stopped one night.
Okay. And what happened?
Oh, it's like 4 cars came, and the language was kind of abrasive, and
Okay,
and it was about nothing. They knew exactly where I had come from,
okay.
and so
Did you
no,
get a traffic ticket from that?
no, it was
Okay.
have a nice night.
Okay. And these were Norcross officers? Or
No, actually, Gwinnett County.
okay. And you said that was a couple years ago?
Yeah, well, probably 15 years ago.
Okay. Understanding that if you were to hear from some Gwinnett County police officers in this case, do you think you could set aside that unfortunate night that you had with them and listen to the evidence?
Yes.
Would that incident of what happened to you in Norcross be in the back of your mind, or?
Not really. I mean, I know things take place, and
Okay.
it's just one of those unfortunate things that took place, and you move on.
Okay. I think you said that someone close to you, a family member, friend, also has had an unfair experience with police or the court
Yeah.
system. Who
Yeah.
were you thinking about for that?
Well, I got a first cousin that's doing life for they didn't call it rape, they called it something else.
Okay.
But everybody knows. Well, this is in Louisiana.
In Louisiana. Okay.
Yeah.
And what are you going to say? Everybody knows?
No, I say everybody kind of knows that he didn't do this,
Okay.
but unfortunately, he got stuck with it.
Okay. Is that why you raised your card about being falsely accused?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you go to court for your cousin for that situation?
No, I was living here.
Okay. And the person that your cousin is accused of raping, did you know that person?
No.
Okay. It's just your cousin who told you?
Yeah, well, his dad
Okay.
and I talked all the time,
Okay.
and he kept me informed.
Understand. Similar question to what we discussed with the Norcross situation. Would your cousin's situation be in your mind if you were selected for this jury?
No.
Have you yourself, besides the incident with the officers in Norcross, have you had any other yourself personal experiences with law enforcement or the criminal justice system?
Yeah, I mean, the area I'm from in Louisiana is a drug infested area. And so from time to time, things happen, and you just kind of get over it and move on.
Okay. Have you yourself ever been arrested?
No.
And I think you also raised your card that you had experiment with some drugs when you were younger.
Yeah, as a kid, smoking weed.
Okay. Anything else besides weed?
No.
And I think you said you also knew someone who had struggled with addiction. Was that you or someone?
No, some other people,
Okay.
family members.
Okay.
Like I said, the neighborhood that I'm from, it's grandmothers, mothers,
Okay.
fathers, everybody.
When did you come to Georgia?
I've been here 37 years.
And you are related to some law enforcement?
Yeah. I had
that person to you?
I had an uncle that was and a couple of cousins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they work in Georgia or Louisiana?
No, everybody's in Louisiana.
Okay. Did you ever talk to your uncle or your cousins about their work?
From time to time.
And you said you like to watch some of those crime shows?
Oh yeah, I'm big on crime shows.
Okay, you watch the what type of shows you watch?
First 48.
Okay.
So, things like that.
The first 48 episode about this case, did you watch that?
I didn't see that one.
Okay. If the judge were to give you some instructions that you got to make your decision based on the law that she tells you and the evidence that you hear and see in this courtroom, do you think you could set aside anything you may have learned on those shows?
Sure.
So you think that you could be fair and impartial if you were selected?
Yes.
Have you ever served on a jury before?
Yes.
How long ago?
Ooh. I would imagine maybe 5, 6 years ago here.
In Gwinnett? Okay.
Yeah,
And do you know if that was a civil or criminal case?
criminal.
Okay. Were you the foreperson?
No.
And without telling me the decision, did your jury reach a verdict, a decision?
Yes.
How'd you like the experience of serving on the jury then?
It was interesting. There was some stuff that I never understood, but in the end, that the way the law was put to us, you kind of was able to see where they were coming from.
Okay. Anything that we didn't ask you about that you think we should know about your ability to serve?
Nothing that I can think of.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, the defense may have some questions
Oh.
for you.
Actually, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
All right,
All right.
thank you, Juror 50. If you'll just leave the microphone there. And you can leave it in the chair. That'll be great.
All right.
Thank you. And Patty, if you'll bring in Juror 51. Good morning. How are you? Good. If you'll just be seated, that'd be great. Thank you, Juror 51. We have a microphone there for you because my court reporter's taking down everything that you say. Okay? And is required to. So we need to have you talk into the microphone so everyone can hear. Thank you.
How are you this morning?
Good, thanks.
All right, good. Just going to go over a few questions from yesterday and some of the things on your questionnaire that you filled out. Looks like you have 2 children, a 9-year-old boy, a 13-year-old daughter.
All right, she just turned 14 today.
14, okay. Today's her birthday?
Yes.
All right. What grade are your children in?
So my daughter is going to high school in August, and then my son will be going to 5th grade.
Fantastic. The high school, what high school were your daughter?
Archer High School.
I'm sorry?
Archer High School.
Okay, very good. And you work for as a claims adjuster for State Farm?
Correct.
All right, how long have you done that?
8 years.
There was a question that I asked about whether anybody felt like for any reason they could not pass judgment on another person, right, or sit in judgment over somebody. The judge kind of explained that a little bit in her preliminary instructions yesterday and what that means. Did you raise your card for that?
Yes.
You did, okay. Tell me what was going through your mind when you raised your card.
I just felt just because of my religious reasons.
And for religious reasons, you don't want to sit in judgment over somebody. Is that what?
Correct.
Now, the judge explained that you're not being asked to pass moral judgment on anyone. It's not whether this person is good or bad, or whether the charges that are in the indictment are good charges or bad charges. Nobody's being asked to condone murder, rape, or anything like that. The job of a juror is simply not to judge a person, but to look at the evidence that's presented and to determine whether or not the state has met its burden of proof, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, whether we have proved the charges in the indictment. And not really in a religious sense or a moral sense. I know those lines blur, and sometimes they're hard. But given that that's the job of a juror and not moral judgment, is that something that you could do sitting as a juror?
I'm not comfortable.
Not comfortable. Let me, and I can respect that. I need to ask you a few additional questions about it. If you were picked to be a juror and you had to sit here the whole trial and listen to all the evidence, at some point you're going to go into the back with the other jurors and you'll be required to reach a decision. Everybody has to vote and vote whether guilty or not guilty on the charges. Will you be able to vote, or are you going to be unable to vote and you will not actually vote in the back?
Repeat that for me again. Sorry.
The judge is going to, the judge gives you the law, right? The witnesses give you the facts, but the judge gives you the law and instructs you on what you must do. And one of those is that you have to vote. You have to go into the back and you have to make a decision one way or the other. Right? It has to be either guilty or not guilty according to the law, and the judge will instruct you. Given that the judge is going to tell you, you have to do this. Are you willing to follow the judge's instructions and actually reach a verdict in the case? Or for religious or other reasons, are you going to refuse in the back and say, I can't, I won't do it?
I will follow the judge's instructions.
You will follow it. Okay. Getting my bear. Do you supervise individuals in your current job?
No.
Have you ever supervised a supervisor role? With your children, anybody who has children knows that children can be difficult sometimes. But have you ever had any really significant behavioral issues with any of your children? Are there any other questions that I asked you yesterday that you recall raising your card for?
I don't.
Okay, and that sounds about right because I was taking notes. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Is there anything that you would like us to know about you in terms of whether you should get a juror? I'm sorry? Is there anything else that we should know? We haven't asked you that we need to know about you in terms of serving as a juror. Okay. Let me ask, all that we ask of any juror is to be fair.
I'm sorry. Oh.
All that we ask of any juror is to be fair, right? To be a fair juror to everyone, to both the state and the defendant, right? To sit and weigh evidence and look at the evidence and make a decision. Do you think if you're selected to be a juror, you can be fair and impartial? And just want to briefly revisit the religious objection that you have. Can you tell me, do you think that's going to keep you from being able to do any of the roles that I described as a juror? With your religious position about
it's going to be hard.
I'm sorry?
It's going to be hard for me, but.
Hard for you? Can you tell me what you
Well, since you said I don't have to judge, I'm good with that.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Drakeman.
Defense may have some questions for you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Not quite afternoon. How are you? Good. Your daughter's gonna love Archer. All of my babies graduated from Archer. So she's 14. Have you experienced any of the what I call girl drama yet? Not yet. Okay, it's coming. I'm sorry to tell you that. You indicated that you could be fair, but as you sit here right now, are you impartial? Both sides. You have you're in the middle. You're not leaning towards the state. You're not leaning towards the defense.
I don't know
It's
what
okay.
answer to give.
I'm sorry.
I
Well,
don't know.
Just honestly.
Can you pull the microphone a little bit closer to your mouth? Thank you, because we just need to
Okay.
get your words down.
There is no right or wrong answer. Just honestly, how are you feeling right now? Are you impartial to both sides, or are you leaning towards one side or the other?
I'm leaning towards one side on the other.
Okay. And whenever you stated that you would vote in the back, would you deliberate, exchange ideas with your jurors, or would you simply cast your vote to whatever the majority is at that time?
I will cast my votes based on what I feel.
Okay.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Juror 51. You can leave the microphone.
Thank you.
And just follow Patty. Good morning. And we have a microphone for you so that my court reporter can take down your answers so we can all hear them.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The state may have some questions for you.
Good morning, Juror 52. You currently work for Amazon?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you worked for Amazon?
Coming up on 4 years.
And the case that we were talking about yesterday, did you recognize anything? Have you heard anything about this case before?
No.
And I think you raised your card that you had some information about identifying remains of people through dental records.
I had seen, I had taken a crime investigation class a couple of years ago.
Is that in college?
High school.
High school? Okay. And it was a crime investigation class?
It was a sub studies for an elective.
Okay. Were you interested in going into investigations?
For a little while, then, becoming an adult isn't always,
Understand. Besides that one class, did you do any other work in law enforcement?
No.
In the self-study, did you intern or work with a police department?
No, the one who taught the class was a retired in forensic analysis.
Okay. And you learned a little bit about identifying through dental records?
Through dental records and other stuff, yeah.
If the judge were to give you instruction to the best of your ability set aside any outside knowledge you have, that means what you learned in that class, could you make a decision based on the evidence that you see in this courtroom and the instructions that the judge gives you?
Correct, yes.
And I think you raised your card that either a family member or a friend of yours has been arrested?
Yes, my father.
Your father? What was your father charged with?
He took guns into Canada.
Okay.
On accident. He was in the passenger seat, but since he was the owner of the firearms in Canada, their gun laws are a lot different.
Okay. Were you with your dad when that happened?
No.
How long ago was that?
2013.
And did you either go to court with your dad or go to the jail to see him or anything like that?
No, because he was in Canada.
And has that case been resolved?
Yes, he is not allowed back in Canada.
Okay. I understand that it was law enforcement in Canada, but do you believe that your dad was treated fairly by the police there?
No.
Tell me about that.
Part of the reason was he wasn't driving during this, and he had a nav system that was guiding him from one city to, from Las Vegas to Chicago. One of the back roads led them into Canada, where the officers pulled them over because it was a U.S. license plate. And when they pulled them over, they noticed that he had guns in the car.
Yeah.
Now in Georgia, or well, most states, he had his CCW, which means, he had the license for his firearms. However, they let the person who was driving go,
Okay.
and then they kept him, even though he was asleep. And when he woke up in the back of a police car.
So he wasn't even going to Canada. They just kind of took a wrong turn on their way
Right.
to the US.
And they were only 10 miles across the border.
Okay. Understanding that situation, have you yourself had any dealings with law enforcement?
No.
And are you, I guess I'm trying to ask you, are you able to set that aside or do you have some negative views of all cops?
No, I could set that aside.
Okay. And I think you said that you also, someone close to you has struggled with drug addiction?
Also my dad, yeah.
Okay. Was that recently or when you were younger?
Younger.
How did that affect you growing up?
He was absent for, he was there for big things, but small things, not there.
Is that still something that your father's struggling with?
No, he's been 10 years clean.
Congrats, that's great. So were you close to your dad while he was getting help and getting treatment?
After my parents got a divorce, I had to basically help take care of my mother.
Okay.
So I focused more on that and let him deal with his stuff.
Did you grow up in Gwinnett?
I spent 2004 to 2009 in Gwinnett.
Okay.
And then I moved back from Vegas to Gwinnett in 2015.
So where'd you go to high school?
Liberty High School in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Las Vegas. Okay. Have you ever served on jury before, sir?
This would be my first time.
Okay. Do you think that you can be fair and impartial if you're selected?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything that you think we should know that we didn't ask you?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, the state may have some questions. I mean, the defense may have some questions for you. The state had questions for you.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to ask you, the state had asked you if you had any type of negative experience with law enforcement. You talked about the incident that your father experienced in Canada. They also asked you if that would cause you to feel any particular way towards law enforcement as a whole. I want to specifically ask you, if you were to learn that my client is former law enforcement, would that cause you to feel any particular way towards my client?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, juror number 52. If you'll go with Patty, you can leave the microphone. Thank you. Good morning, juror number 53. If you'll just be seated, we have the microphone so that my court reporter and everyone in the courtroom needs to take down what you say.
Okay.
In response to the questions. Okay, thank you.
We're still in the morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good. Tired, but okay.
Yes.
Just want to follow up on a few questions with you, and also from your questionnaire that you filled out. It says that you work for Optum.
I do.
What is that?
It's a part of United Health Group, one of their companies. And so I just do pre-service review for specialty medications. So work from home.
And it sounded like you were speaking French to me. I have no idea what that meant. Pre-service review.
So,
what is that?
So when patients need specialty medications like infusions or injections, then I review those requests, the medical records, and compare it to the insurance's criteria for approval.
How long have you been in that industry?
About 7 years now.
And what kind of work did you do before that?
I'm a registered nurse, so before that I worked on the floor.
Okay, very good.
Hospitals.
And so, as a nurse, what kind of practice were you in?
Chemotherapy, neurology, and then I also did some ortho. So I bounced around. I didn't stick on the same floor.
The diversified.
Yes.
Okay. So you have 2 children, an 18-year-old son and a 13-year-old son?
Right.
Okay. 18-year-old still in high school or graduated?
He just graduated.
Very good. Where from?
Meadow Creek.
Good. And the 13-year-old is going into high school or 8th grade?
He's homeschooling.
Homeschool. Fantastic. And what grade is he going to?
8th.
All right. On top of all the things that you're doing, you're homeschooling him too?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good for you. With either of your boys, did you have any significant children
Mhm.
are children and can be difficult?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any significant behavioral issues with them?
No.
Do you have? We asked a question about anybody having any potential medical issues that might keep them from being able to sit for long periods of time. Can you tell me about that?
I have chronic back pain and generally very fatigued, which I'm sure I look right now. But so basically that's it. It just makes it challenging for me at times in regards to sometimes I need things repeated, that kind of thing. But otherwise.
Okay. So the anything's repeated in terms of the fatigue causes
I just
distraction?
it is generally distracting. So I do things because it's chronic, like I may clench my jaw or move my feet, just various things to cope with it. But it does, like for instance, if there's a lot going on, and then I need to, like, what did you just say? That kind of thing. But yeah, that's what I mean.
Kind of some follow-up questions about that. Here in the courtroom, there'll be witnesses that will testify and evidence that's being presented. Do you think any of those the conditions that you have would cause you to not be able to pay attention to what's going on here in the court?
I guess I can say potentially is what I'll say. It depends on how I feel at the moment. That's the best answer I can really give. Potentially.
Well, let's say you're having a bad day with that. What kind of how does that impact you in your? We go here for maybe an hour and a half at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Take breaks. Periodically throughout the day, make sure everybody can get up and walk around and take a convenience break for about an hour and a half at a time. Do you believe that if you're having a bad day, are you going to be able to sit and listen to testimony that from a witness during that period of time?
I can.
Would you feel comfortable letting me know if you were having problems?
Well, I don't know exactly how to answer the question really. You mean right now? Or
if you were during the trial, if you were selected,
mm-hmm.
and let's say we put you in the first chair so to make sure that you're close to the witnesses, would you feel comfortable letting me know if you were having any issues hearing or receiving the testimony? Okay.
I will be.
Okay. Absolutely. We already went over that question about working in the medical field. You're familiar with Life 360?
Mm-hmm, just in a general sense. I have a friend whose child uses it, and I'm considering it for my son when he goes to school out of state.
You're the 18-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's he going?
Michigan. He's going to Michigan. So.
Michigan. All right. A particular university there?
He's going to Kirtland, actually. He's going with basketball, a scholarship. And so he'll start there and see where it goes from there.
Wonderful. And so you use it, you're considering using it, I guess, to be able to kind of know where he's at, make sure he's okay for safety reasons.
Yes, because of the distance, especially.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's all right. Have you had family members or close friends arrested for a crime?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
So my son's father actually has been to jail before. And that was for like drugs and that kind of thing, selling it, not using it.
How long ago was that?
Years, over 20 years ago, quite some time ago. And then cousins. And that was also, well, actually that was related to a gun at a school and a few other things. He's just been getting into a whole lot of trouble.
With cousins?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And with those, kind of the general question I ask about that is, has those experiences, do you feel like the father of your child, do you feel they have been treated fairly overall by the police and criminal justice system?
Yes, overall, in those instances, yeah,
I
it was
also
appropriate.
asked, is there anything about those experiences particularly, or just your life experiences that make you feel any kind of negative opinions at all about police or the criminal justice system in general?
Generally speaking, I grew up on the south side of Chicago, which is over policed and dealing with a whole lot of crap. Granted, we have a lot of crap, but so that being the case, yes, just from childhood experiences and youth.
And we don't have to, I'm sure we could probably talk for hours,
Mm-hmm.
but just very generally, what is your opinion of law enforcement?
I think it does its job, which is to police minority groups, I'll say. I think that there's a culture that I don't really want to go into detail in this room with all of these people, but yeah, I don't particularly care for it.
You care for the police culture? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and policing in general.
I'm a very direct person, and so I'm going to ask you, do you feel that minorities are treated unfairly by the police?
Generally speaking, yes.
Because of that feeling, and here in the courtroom with this case, the defendant is obviously a part of the minority group. He's an African American.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that African Americans can get a fair trial or not?
Theoretically, you can, sure, yes.
The opinions that you have, the beliefs you have about the criminal justice system and the police and minority groups, do you feel that that's going to affect or interfere with your ability to be fair and impartial if you were selected to be a juror in this case?
Potentially. Potentially.
I want to expand on that just a little bit. In this case, there are police that are going to testify.
Mm-hmm.
In almost every criminal case, there's always some form of law enforcement. And obviously, the defendant in this case is an African American male. Are those specific, instances we have here, those specific factors, is that going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
Oh, yeah, yes, yes.
And I'm putting you on the spot here.
Mm-hmm.
In what way? How does that impact you?
Even listening to the charges and hearing that she's deceased, but the method is undetermined, kind of brought questions for me, just because we're at the phase of already at a trial and we don't know how that came about. So then how do we get to this point? I don't. So yeah, I think so. I just have questions.
And I understand. And right now, you know very little about the case, right?
Right.
So,
yeah.
Selected to be a juror, you'll obviously learn a lot more.
Right.
But is it fair to say that, and I'm just surmising from what you said, that you may feel that there may be some unfair targeting of him because of his race and what you've already put together from the indictment case?
I don't currently think that. I don't know enough to say. But is there potential for anything? Yes.
And there are no right or wrong answers to this, right? We're just trying to learn about a little bit about everybody.
Mm-hmm.
The judge will instruct you, everyone's innocent until proven guilty, that you're to consider the evidence in the courtroom and make a decision based on the evidence here in the courtroom and
Mm-hmm.
not the exterior beliefs and feelings that you have from growing up on the south side of Chicago and all of those things. Are you going to be able, and we're just looking for an honest answer, are you going to be able to set aside the maybe preconceived ideas that you have about police and minority groups and judge this case fairly?
No.
And I appreciate your honesty. These are difficult questions and a whole bunch of people that you don't know, but I do appreciate that. A few other questions for you, just very briefly. You've been a witness to a crime?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me about that?
Just this was long ago. Robberies, for instance, or even an assault is a crime. So if someone gets attacked, that's a crime. So yeah, I have.
Okay. Have you ever had to give a statement to the police, be a witness in a trial or in a hearing or court or anything like that?
No.
There was another question that I asked about for religious, cultural, ethnic, or other reasons, people not being able to sit in judgment or pass judgment on another person. Did you raise your card to that?
Yes, probably.
Can you tell me how you feel about that?
I don't think it's my place to judge others. I think that's for God to do.
And the judge read out a series of instructions at the beginning before we asked all our questions yesterday morning. And one of those was you're not being asked to judge morality, good or bad, right? Murder's bad, rape is bad. We're not asking you to condone those things or to say that any particular person is good or bad, or right or wrong. All we're asking, the court is asking, is that you listen to the evidence and decide whether the state has met its burden. Now, we have a burden of proof, beyond reasonable doubt, and your job as a juror is to sit, look at that evidence, and say, guilty or not guilty at the end, right? Based on the evidence. Is that something you would be able to do, or is your the position that you have about judgment of others going to interfere with that?
In regards to evidence, I think even with research in healthcare, for instance, you can find evidence to prove whatever you want to. It just depends on what you're looking for. But do I think that I'm unable to put that aside in terms of judgment and God? Is that what you're asking me?
Another way to say this, may be clearer, is that if you're picked to be a juror, at the end, you have to go into the back with the other jurors and you have to reach a decision. Right? Your decision is your decision, but you have to say guilty, not you have to be able to vote. And there are some people who, for religious and moral reasons, or for whatever reason, say, I cannot do that. I cannot go in the back. I cannot sit there and say guilty or not guilty. I cannot. This is them as passing judgment, and they won't do that. And so my question is, are you willing to do that? If the judge tells you, you have to go. You have to go in the back. You have to make a judgment on this case. Is that something you're willing to do?
No.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I have for you, but I appreciate your answers. And Ms. Drake or Robbins may have some for you.
The defense may have some questions.
I just want to go over just a couple of things. So if you were to find out that my client is also a police officer, does that change your answer about whether or not you can be fair and impartial to both sides?
No.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Juror 53. If you'll leave the microphone, and Patty, if you'll bring in Juror 54. Good morning. If you would take the microphone, sir, and be seated. Thank you. The reason you have the microphone is my court reporter has to take down all your answers. So you may, if you'll just bring it to your mouth. Thank you. The state may have some questions for you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You currently working?
I'm on leave, technically, yes. I work at Quick Trip.
You work at Quick Trip?
Yes.
Which Quick Trip do you work at?
Buford, 786. So it's near the Walmart in the mall.
Okay.
So it's down that area.
How long have you worked at that store?
Since May of last year. Yeah.
What did you do before working at Quick Trip?
Oh, I worked at Academy and I'm in school, university,
What university are you in?
Georgia State.
What are you studying at Georgia State?
Risk management.
What do you want to do when you get out of school?
I plan on trying to get a job in risk management. Well, it's kind of a process, but I want to get an internship, be able to get a job there after college, and then start a few businesses and just live off that.
Are you currently in classes now, or are you on summer break?
I'm on summer break.
And you said, I think you raised your hand that you have some teens in your home. Do you live at home with your parents?
Yes, I do.
And you have younger siblings?
Yeah.
How old are your siblings?
My older brother is 22. My younger brother is 17.
17.
17, yes.
What high school did you go to?
Mountain View.
Does your 17-year-old brother go there?
Yes, he does.
And I think you raised your card that you've given a statement to police before.
Yes, it was an accident statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for a car crash that you witnessed.
Yes.
Did you have to go to court for that?
I did have to go to court for that.
Okay. And was that for a trial?
No.
Were on that witness stand?
No, it wasn't for a trial.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's an accident that you were involved in.
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel that the police handled that accident appropriately?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you get a ticket?
I did get a ticket.
And I think you said that you have someone close to you had experienced a drug overdose.
Yes, it was someone from my church, a member of my church. They had left a while ago.
Okay.
And then we got the news that they had a drug overdose in their car at their house or somewhere.
Okay.
And they had the funeral and everything.
Were you friends with this person or just went to church with them?
Acquaintances with the church, so I knew of the person.
And sir, if you were selected for this jury, you may be one of the youngest jurors on the panel. Would you be okay with that?
I'd be fine with that.
And do you think that you could listen to the evidence and then make a decision and argue what your thoughts are against some of the older jurors?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that you could be fair and impartial if you're selected?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything that we didn't ask you that you think we should know?
No, but there was something that I wanted to clarify. I wanted to ask questions for the defendant, if that might be okay, because
Can't do that.
I can't.
have
No,
you-
I can't let you do
well,
that.
because I feel like I don't know. It might just be my mind playing tricks on me, but you know, he might kind of looks a little bit similar, it's like familiar. So I want to make sure it's not like my mind playing tricks on
So
me
you
or
think
anything.
you may know him?
Yeah,
Where do you think you may know him from?
from school or from sports or something. I don't know how old the person is.
Where did you go to?
I went to Mountain View, but I played sports and I traveled to different schools.
Which sports?
I played basketball and football.
Okay. And when did you graduate?
I graduated 22.
Okay. Thank you.
He looks familiar, but you don't think.
Yeah, because I mean, my demographic of friends is just young African Americans, so I don't know if it's just my mind playing tricks on me.
Understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Appreciate you. Now, the defense may have some questions for you if you'll
Okay.
remain seated. Thank you so much.
You wanted to run out, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I have no questions.
That's kind of what everybody, you don't have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, juror 54, if you'll just leave the microphone and go with Patty.
Your Honor,
We're
can I
done.
ask one more question?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Sir, when you said your mind playing tricks on you that you may know him or not, if you were selected for this jury, would you be thinking about that, whether you know him or not?
No, it's just something that passed through my mind. So
you could focus on the evidence and the witnesses and what the judge tells you and kind of put that out of your mind?
yes, of course. Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you for bringing that up.
All right.
That's exactly what we need. All right, if you'll go with Patty and just leave the microphone. Good morning, juror 55. If you'll just be seated, and we're asking you to use a microphone because my court reporter's taken down everything, all of your answers by law. So the state may have some questions for you, and then the defense may have some questions for you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. A little nervous, but I'm fine.
Don't be nervous. There's a few questions for you. And you were a nurse, am I correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what kind of nursing?
I'm a licensed practical nurse. I'm a recent new nurse I was teaching school here in Gwinnett County, and then I decided to change career fields.
Okay.
So I did that.
Fantastic. So you were a school teacher for
Pinckneyville, up to 16 years.
what did you teach?
Pinckneyville Middle was my last school.
What grade level or subjects did you teach?
Middle school, math, science, language arts, social studies. So,
And so after being in teaching for a while, you decided to go to nursing school and become a nurse.
well, actually, I got that. It was by way of the military. It's just that I never used it. I was in the Army Reserves for over 25 plus years. So I really actually had that skill in the military. When I decided to actually change a career fields, I really had no clue of what I was going to do because I had gotten my license through the state of California. So I just had to actually find out what the process that I needed to go through in order to get my license here in Georgia. So I did that. So I went through Georgia's reentry program, which is for RNs as well as LPNs. So I did that. And now I'm a recent new nurse less than 6 months.
New nurse, but you went and were educated in nursing many years ago in the Army.
Yes, and yes, in a sense, yes.
Now you've been in the reserves for 25 years. Were you active duty before that?
Never was active duty, but I was called to active duty a number of times. And in the reserves, when you're called to active duty, that's when you're mobilized. So I was mobilized maybe close to 3 or 4 times of the whole time that I've been in the military.
And mobilized, is there a difference between, you can tell, I've not been in the military.
You can be mobilized here in the States and also it's a right. And deployed is mainly overseas.
Gotcha. Have you
So
been?
I was both.
You've been deployed as well?
Yes.
Okay. And were you in the military? Was your job related to the nursing field?
No. My job was administration.
Thank you for your service, many years of it. So a few follow-up questions from yesterday as well. You have, let's see. You're familiar with the area there, Singleton Road and Indian Trail?
Yes.
And any particular reason you're familiar with that or just in passing?
Just in passing. I don't live close by, but I know exactly of the location in a sense.
Yes, ma'am. And now that you are a practicing LPN here in Georgia, where do you work for? Who do you work for now?
LUDE, SALUDE. It's in Swanee. It was a rehabilitation hospital. It is a rehab hospital. And I also work for an assisted living place in Sandy Springs. That's as a charge nurse at nighttime.
All right. Do you have any opinions about whether marijuana should be legalized?
To some extent, yes, I do feel that it should be. To some extent.
And depending on which state you go to, it's legal or not legal. In some states where it's not legal, it's legal for certain reasons like medical and other things. Are you in favor of it being legalized for recreational use here in Georgia?
More so on the medicinal side of it. That's the route that I'm going.
Okay. And now that you are a nurse here, it sounds like you have a lot of different responsibilities. Do you have any hiring and firing or supervisory roles that you have currently?
Being that I'm a charge nurse now, I have not had, I haven't had to fire anyone or recommend so forth. But in the past, and by being in the military, as a major, yes, I have had, to do some of that. Not so much as to fire a soldier, but to make recommendations on certain things from a negative standpoint. So yes.
Understood. In the military context, how did, when somebody was going to be court-martialed or discharged or just reprimanded, how did you make those decisions? As a major, I assume you probably supervised quite a number of people. How did you make those decisions in order to, some amount of punishment or retribution come on somebody?
Of course, it was based on the evidence at hand, what went on, and then we based our decision from there. Mm-hmm.
Have you heard anything about this case?
No.
And is there anything that you've heard from our questioning now or from yesterday that makes you feel like you couldn't be fair or impartial if you're a 50-year juror? Okay. Anything else that we need to know about you that we have next? Okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Juror 55. If you'll just leave the microphone and you can go with Patty. Good morning, Juror 56. If you will pick up the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The state and the defense may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You raised your card that English is your second language.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your first language?
Urdu.
Okay. Do you understand the English language?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been in the U.S.?
Since 94.
94. Okay. And what do you do for work?
I work in Dillard's. Yeah, I working since 2001 over there. And thanks God, so far I'm working over there as well in the receiving department.
Okay.
In the receiving department.
Sir, could you pull your mask down?
Okay.
There you go. And
Yeah.
if you would restate what you do, my court reporter couldn't understand.
Okay.
Maybe slow down just
Okay.
a little.
Yes, ma'am. I'm working in Dillard's since 2001.
Okay.
And since so far so good.
And you said, I think you said you work in receiving in Dillard's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were able to understand all of the questions yesterday and today?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. All the questions that we asked yesterday and the instructions from the judge, did you understand everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think you said that you also may have some sort of medical issue that may prevent you from serving. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, actually, one thing is, especially in the cold weather, I have to go more frequently in the restroom.
Okay.
And one more request, because I have to participate in my niece's wedding ceremony in Houston. I have to leave on Thursday.
Okay. All right.
It's already planned.
Okay. First, let's talk about, you said you need to use the restroom frequently.
Yes.
Would you feel comfortable raising your hand and asking the judge for a break if you're selected?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said your niece's wedding.
Yes, ma'am.
When is the wedding?
I have to leave on Thursday, and the actual program is on Saturday.
Okay.
This Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's the wedding?
In Houston.
Okay. Okay.
Do you have, are you driving or flying?
Flying.
And do you have a plane ticket booked already?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And are you going by yourself or going with family?
Yeah, we are going with family.
Your
Miss Matucci. I think yeah, let's
Thank you so much, sir. I have no other questions.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Juror 56. If you'll go with Patty. If you'll go with my bailiff right there, take your number. Thank you very much. I saw the two attorneys and read their lips. Good morning, Juror 57.
Good morning.
The state and the defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Afternoon, how are you? Morning, still, sorry. Morning.
Morning.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
Good. Sir, you work, it says, in sales for T-Mobile?
Yes.
Okay. You work in like a store for them doing sales?
Yes.
All right. You familiar with the cellular network technology that T-Mobile uses?
Yes.
All right. And familiar with the idea of cellular tower mapping?
I've heard of it.
Okay. Other than hearing about it in passing, you have any particularized knowledge since you work for T-Mobile?
No.
Okay. And just kind of a pointed question, is there anything that would, if you heard evidence about tower mapping or phone records and T-Mobile was involved in any way, would that in any way cause you any problems or feel like you have any information about that?
No.
Okay. Now, looks like you spent most of your life here in Gwinnett?
Yes.
Okay. And where'd you go to high school at?
Meadow Creek High School.
You're familiar with the area there on Singleton Road and Indian Trail?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that area?
I live off of Singleton Road.
Okay, so you live, how far from that intersection do you live?
Not far. It's maybe by car is like 2 minutes away.
All right. Have you ever heard anything about this case?
On the news.
Okay. And other than the news, have you heard about it any other place?
No.
All right. Now, in particular, have you heard anything? Let me ask it a different way. It's been on the news, there's a lot of publications about it and stuff like that. As a juror, you're required to essentially consider the evidence that's presented here in courtroom, the testimony of witnesses and evidence that's here in courtroom, kind of set aside other stuff that you've heard, just judge the case based on what you hear here in courtroom. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. You have served on a jury before?
Yes, one other time.
And when was that?
It was a few years ago. I can't remember exactly when, but it was a civil suit against a doctor.
You're going to have to speak up. There's a little civil suit against
A doctor.
Okay. Here in Gwinnett?
Yes.
Now, so you were actually selected and you were sitting in the box and listening to the whole case?
Yes.
Were you and the other jurors required to reach a decision in that case?
I was actually the alternate juror, so I didn't get to go into the deliberations.
Oh, okay.
So I just sat out, but they deliberated and.
So you had all the work and none of the fun.
But we appreciate you. We appreciate your service on that jury.
Do you, I called them true crime shows, but more documentary style shows like the first 48. You like those kinds of shows?
Yep.
How often do you watch them?
I mean, every once in a while I'll watch them, but.
Okay. Have you seen anything about this one?
I haven't.
Have you ever witnessed a crime?
Yes. Back, it was probably during high school when I was working at a movie theater. Someone was shot outside the ticket booth. I was working in concessions, but someone was shot in the ticket booth. We just heard the pops and everybody ran.
Okay. As a result of that, did you have to give any statements to the police or?
Yeah, everybody gave statements of what they saw or heard.
You ever required to come to court or testify about anything?
Not in that case, but I have testified before.
All right, tell me about that.
Well, about like more than 10 years ago, I used to work for Walmart as a loss prevention, and we would catch shoplifters, and I had to testify because somebody's saying they were not guilty. So I had to testify what I saw, what the evidence was and everything.
So your job as loss prevention officer was to document what the individual.
Yeah, get all the video evidence in place and bring it to court when.
Then I imagine part of your role was somewhat of apprehension. You'd stop folks who you thought suspected of shoplifting, call the police, they would come over and arrest them.
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard anything today from my questioning or yesterday from our questioning yesterday that makes you feel like you couldn't be fair and impartial if you were picked to be a juror?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, the defense may have some questions for you.
Hi, I just have one follow-up question. So you said that you heard about this case on the news. Do you remember anything specific, or is it just in general terms you're familiar with the basic facts of the case?
Just in general terms.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, juror 57. If you'll just leave the microphone and go with Patty. And Patty, will you, don't bring 58 in, and I'll give you further instructions. Okay. Before we adjourn for lunch, let's go ahead and I want to hear motions on jurors number 43 through 57. First with the state, any motions or any joint motions?
Judge, so I have a few things here.
Okay.
Go through them in order.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Juror number 49. This is the young woman who lives in DeKalb, stays in DeKalb, votes, and has a registered address here in Gwinnett. I am going to ask the court for the lunch break for me to go down, and I want to make sure we get it right. And I have not had the ability to do any real case law research, and want to make sure about that. I have concerns about what she said. I want to make sure that if she is to be considered, that it's appropriate. So I don't have a motion at this moment from that, but there may be one. I'm asking the court just for a little bit of leave to come back when we reconvene and address that particular juror.
And the main thing you're addressing, you want time to, is to determine residency or whether she would qualify.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I won't have any other challenges for cause based on anything she said.
Okay.
Other than the residency.
Okay.
Juror number 51. I'm moving to strike her for cause. This is the lady who says she cannot sit in judgment over other people. I don't believe, I'll be based on that she did say that she would ultimately follow the rule of the law from the court, but it evinced a position that she would not pass judgment over somebody in the back.
Okay.
Do you want me to go through all of mine first and then have straight respond?
Well,
I don't object.
okay. So 51, strike for cause, both on the prosecution's motion with the defense joining.
The next one, Judge, is juror number 53. This lady said for two reasons. One, she would not pass judgment, as was the previous juror we just spoke about. But she also said, just very frankly, she couldn't be fair and impartial because of her opinions of how the police and the criminal justice system treat minorities, and would not be fair because of that.
No objection, Your Honor. I have that juror down as well.
Okay, so I'll strike juror 53 for cause and state's motion, and the defense joins.
Just juror number 56 was the individual whom we made kind of reference to a minute ago in court. Both his conflict for leaving town to Houston on Thursday and my perceived language barrier that he might have. He said he understood everything. I couldn't understand a word he was saying. He might understand everything, but I have concerns about whether he can communicate with any other juror what he understands. So I'm moving to strike him for cause.
State's position on juror 56.
Oh, we concur.
Okay, so I'll strike juror 56 for cause on the prosecution's motion with the defense concurring, consenting. Go ahead.
I have no further motions on behalf of the state.
Okay. All right.
I do have a couple, and I did find some stuff on juror 49 that I will share with the state, and then they
We'll
can
come back.
see if they can find anything else. Your Honor, first on juror 44, and I do not believe the state consents to these. Juror 44, I just have some real big concerns about. He may be good for a day or two, but I'm just concerned with his schedule. He said that he's going to have to do whether or not he's going to be able to pay attention very well. He has also prejudged the case. I mean, he said my guy's going to be guilty of something. It's just a matter of what. So I would ask the court to strike him for cause.
And I'll hear from the state on juror 44.
Thank you, Judge. I'll get the podium so you can stay there. Judge, my recollection of juror number 44, despite him having seen things and had opinions and stuff about charges and things like that, he still said that he could be fair and impartial. He would listen to the evidence. He would deliver a verdict based on the evidence here in the courtroom. And I want to put on the record a few cases that make this point. There's a case, Westbrook versus the state, 242 Georgia 151, and it says that he must establish that the juror's opinion is so fixed that it will not be changed by the evidence or charge of the court upon the evidence. And then further in Wofford versus state, which is 329 Georgia Appeals 195, the fact that a juror expresses some doubt in their ability to be impartial does not require that they be excused for cause. And I wanted to go ahead and point out these cases now because I suspect that even the next several strikes for cause that the defense will have will address some of these same issues. We have jurors who came in here who heard things about this case. And it's fair to say, I think most jurors who come into court, no matter what the case is, when they hear the charges and see a defendant, think to themselves, well, they probably did something wrong. Because our batting average is really high, right? We don't convict innocent people for the most part. And so people get this conclusion that if you're sitting in the chair, you've done something wrong. But that's not the inquiry, and that's not the disqualification criteria. It is it so fixed and definite it cannot be changed? And juror number 44 was very direct that he could be fair and impartial. He would listen to the evidence, despite having some preconceived notions about the defendant in this case because of what he's heard. I do not think that this strike for cause rises to the level of an excusal for cause.
Okay. Any response?
Yes. One of the very last things he said is that, I said, so as you're sitting here now, he's going to be found guilty of at least one thing, and the answer was yes. I mean, I understand the case law that the state argued, and I agree with that. I think he crossed that line, however.
I'm going to grant the defense's motion on juror number 44 and strike juror 44 for cause.
The next one is juror number 47, and the people that watched the first 48 hours are the ones that concern me the most, because not only were they able to see evidence that is not allowed in this trial, they got the personal commentary from the detectives about things that may or may not be admissible in this trial. He also knew about there being a separate, I think he said B&E, or the burglary case. So he does have a lot of information already. He said he did have a perceived opinion and that he was leaning to one side over the other.
I hear from the state on juror 47.
Judge, again, I'll cite the court Norton versus State, which is 263 Georgia 448. Quoting says there is no requirement that a potential juror be ignorant of every fact and issue involved in a criminal case. Rather, the issue is whether the potential juror can lay aside any impressions he might have about the case and reach a verdict based on the evidence presented at trial. And juror number 47 said exactly that he could be fair and impartial. Question about could you make the decision based on the evidence given in court? He said yes. And when he further said he understood that a defendant is innocent until proven guilty and that the state has to meet that burden. There just simply is no, they have not met any requirements for disqualification for cause for this juror.
My concern about that is if there is an issue that comes up and some of the other jurors has questions about, well, what about this? That might ring a bell and say, he would then have knowledge that there may be a piece of evidence that is missing, that he saw in the first 48 hours that was not presented in trial.
But then that would be true of every juror that has seen anything on the news. Or we had motions hearings that were publicized with 19 different incidents that this defendant has committed. I mean, we had to exclude everyone who's ever heard any news on any first 48 episodes whatsoever. And he wasn't even sure that it was this defendant who was charged with being me. He said, I'm not sure, I may have my facts mixed up.
I'm going to deny the state's request, deny the state's motion to dismiss juror 47 for cause.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other further defense motions?
Yes, Your Honor, there is one. No, none others, Your Honor.
None of this, okay. All right, so Patty, we are going to release juror 44. We're going to release juror 51. We're going to release juror 53. We're going to release juror 56. Jurors 58, 59, and 60 need to be back in the jury room at 1:15. The remaining non-struck jurors between 43 through 57 that were not excused need to be back by 2 p.m. So jurors 58, 59, and 60, 1:15 back in this jury room. The remaining jurors, unless they're released, are to be back at 2 at Nash.
47 is a no.
47 remains on the panel. He remains on the panel.
And,
So he's released till 2.
yes.
Right.
I just leave.
No, just, okay.
When you're finished, I do have a comment with regarding, no problem. Just wanted to mention the 100 that are downstairs.
Right.
You know,
Well, they can be released until 3. The 100 that are downstairs released. We've released juror number 99 out of that panel.
Are you talking about
The new ones.
the new juror?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm so sorry. Patty, I'm so sorry. The new jurors need to be back by 1:30. They can be released for lunch and they need to be back to 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Delphine. I misunderstood your question, Patty. No. The jury that the 100, now it's 99, the 99 people that are downstairs can be released until 1:30.
And they are just about jumping all over the place with their health issues, their scheduling issues, and their hernia surgery, just as any other 100 people have.
And they all need to be back at 1:30 with all their hernias and scheduling problems.
All right. All right. I am going to take care.
Okay, thank you. We're adjourning and we will reconvene at 1:15.
Okay, guys. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. No, we're not looking at that one. We are removing that. Okay, here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat. As you can see, we're on a break, and I'm here at the courthouse in a waiting area. Top of the morning. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, what the heck? Stand by. Take that off. They got me sideways. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat. I know it looks like I'm laying down, but I'm really not. I'm really not. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. Not a good morning. Good afternoon. Microphone check. All right, guys. I know I'm checking in late, but we are on a break. We are not where we normally are. We are in Gwinnett County. So you put a 2 in there, and I said put a 1 in there. Why don't you put a 2 in there? Let's see here. Okay, put a 1 if you can hear me. Not a 2. Put a 1. Okay, thank you. Call me darling. Thank you. Why you put a 2 in there, darling? Okay, good. You guys can hear me. Good. Uh, we're gonna move upstairs to the cases on third floor. But I just wanted to come down here so I can talk to you guys for a minute. We might take it into YSL as well. Oh, okay. I still see it. I don't know. You did a good job removing it. I still see it. But long as my sound quality is good. As long as my sound quality is good. Great. You guys can hear me. Good. 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 Very good. Sarge, how are you? All right now. All right, guys. I'm going to go up back upstairs and just stand by. I want to take myself off screen, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, guys, we should be back in the courtroom in about 12 minutes. So, for those who are watching, those who are joining in, this is the trial of Miles Bryant, and 29 jurors have been qualified already. 29 jurors have been qualified already. And they have three strikes. And I ran to my buddy in the courthouse. She's here. What's your name again? I'll say hi to the people. Say hi to the people. Uh,
Hello. My name is Lisa.
this is Jaleesa. She and I met a couple of years ago, and I did promise the family I will be here covering the case, and I'm here.
Thank you.
So we'll be back in the courtroom shortly. I don't know when it will officially start. I do know that there are 29 jurors qualified. You need 12 in the alternates. There are 29 qualified. And D asked the question yesterday, how many strikes will each side get? That three strikes. Three strikes. Guys, let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. Now you know that's a lie. That's a big lie. I'll be back in YSL maybe next week. Okay. 10 minutes and we're back in the courtroom. 10 more minutes. Stand by, guys. Yeah, it was up there. All right, guys, we're about to head back in the courtroom. Once the stream kicks back up, we'll share. We're heading in the courtroom. And, should have been there already, but we're still outside.
Oh, it's just people that's on the. Yeah. I was wondering because I saw him and he was just walking down and just said, "Hi." Yeah, I'm in the cage. He goes, "Yeah, that's what I'm doing." I saw it.
All right, guys, I'm going back off screen. it does appear that some potential jurors were streaming the process downstairs, and that was just brought to the court's attention. So I don't know if we're going to be able to stream this right now, but we will. 1 second, stand by.
Good, how are you? Good to see you. When I will have your interview, so much because your husband is very tough for interviews, right?
I will tell you about how I met my husband. I was an intern in the solicitor's office when he was a prosecutor. Pardon my language, but I was calling for my every breath he takes is a waste of oxygen. So,
But he took your breath away.
I don't know. Almost 30 years and 3 kids later, so I don't know.
But the point here is when are we getting the interview?
We're going to end this and bring it right back up.
Tomorrow? Okay, maybe tomorrow. Because I've got to run.
Can I have you?
Sure.